Alright, hello VOD watchers, hello YouTube chat, I hope you are all doing well today. Welcome back to the final episode of Outer Wilds. I'm not ready for it to be over, but at the same time, I've had a really lovely time with it, and we've got quite a bit more to do here before we're done. Whoop, that was not what I wanted to do. I was trying to just get rid of the taskbar on the top so I could see more of YouTube chat, and then that didn't work good. Whoops! 9 beneath bronze and the 1 beneath not bronze. See, Potomsium, that's also croned unusual, but at least has a chance, because there's wood and ivory materials from Benin as well. So, we are playing more of Echoes of the Eye today. There's a lot of spookies here to do here, a lot of spooks and tricks. And it's gonna be a really good time. Assuming that my controller is connecting. It is. Alright. Let's do it. Wait, I've hired this guy to stare at you. If you have missed Echoes of the Eye, if you missed yesterday's stream, the story so far, we have found a suspicious bonus object in the solar system. Known as the Stranger. It is the home or interstellar vehicle of a completely unknown species. Neither Hearthian nor Nomai. It's just really weird. It's also a ring world, which is really spooky. And it has lots of stuff. And so, we have tasked ourselves, for no particular reason, to go figure out what's going on. In our figuring out what's going on, we have learned several very important things. Firstly, the Owl Elks is what we're going to call them, because that's what we're calling them, because we can't read their writing. Were summoned here by the Eye of the Universe. But, somehow, from this, had a vision that said that the signal from the Eye of the Universe was a trick, and they were now trapped here, and they were going to all be destroyed. In order to prevent that, they created a device whose goal was to block the signal from the Eye of the Universe so that it could not be sent out, nothing could happen. Elks. To further forestall that, they locked themselves in a sort of dream world. Well, I need to push the raft first. Which is, accessible by a spooky go-to-sleep Green Lantern. If someone dies in the real world, they are preserved in that world. And if they, enter a dream state in that world, as long as their green flame lanterns, one of which we have right here, is burning, they will stay alive, regardless of what happens to their physical body. They then proceeded to abandon this whole place completely, which is a shame because it's gorgeous, and instead are now hiding in a spooky world that they really don't want us to be in. We, however, have the power of time travel and also ignoring them completely. So, yeah. We're learning all their secrets and there's nothing they can do about it. Thus far, we have explored most of this, though the ship's log does say that there's more to do in an area just over here in the Narrow Gorge. And this little sneaky bonus thing. They also, for unknown reasons and unknown content, there was something that they have locked up completely. Right, there is something in here that they have just locked up in 3 big seals, and we are currently working on figuring out the codes to, unlock those seals. Because we love nothing more than undoing all of their hard work, which presumably, at least partially, they entered the dream world to try and, oh, I do need to go up. Presumably they did all of that work in order to, try and prevent this thing from getting released. And we are just ignoring them completely. We're just going to ignore them together. Exactly. It's at the literal end of the universe. There is a strict limit to how much harm we could do. So we'll drop that right here, and we'll come and get it again later. And we're just going to remind ourselves as to where the spooky is. Thank you. And then we go this way, and then we go this way. And then we hug the wall over here, and then we're fine. Because there was apparently more to do in here. Do we remember what the code was? Chad, I'm completely reliant on you all. It was Gibbous something... Gibbous star star? No, that was the other one. I'm so good at this. We'll also very, very quickly open that door for later. Well, you're doomed. I've slept since then. Honestly, so valid. Oh. Ha. I see. There were more burned sites. Where is that? Actually. I fully do not remember where that is. This is here in Narrow Gorge. Which this is actually like right next to us. This is like right next to us. So that's easy. We'll grab this for fun, even though I'm pretty sure we've already seen it. Hello, Raven. Ooh. I don't think you need to apologize for that at all. Apparently right there, there's something. Now the eternal question is, how do I get into right there? Also, I don't know why I'm carrying this around. I'm like 98% that we saw this already, because this should just be the, hey, we burned everything, right? Yeah, they sunk all the stuff. See ya? Look, I'm sorry, they're creepy. And then they gathered up all their stuff, and then they went Quispy. Or they scanned everything, I should say. And then they went crispy. Because ring worlds are the coolest shit, I think is the answer. Alright, so how do I get here? Because clearly that's not the way. When in doubt, send the elevator down without me. Seems to be the verdict. Again! Weird view. The fact that the smudging on the photos. Weird. Oh, this just puts me in a different one of these rooms? Huh? Huh. Did it close behind me, though? Did it troll me? No. Okay, so what do I actually get out of here? Besides, you know... Hey, there is a thing. It's like, obviously there's a thing. The question is, where's the one that's unburned? There's gotta be, like, one that's randomly survived the burning, right? Refuel jetpack. There's gotta be. There's gotta be. There's, like, no reason why you would give me access to this as a location. There is not at least a thing. Oh, duh. It's right here. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Every time. Well. Cool, I literally can't see it enough to know it is in the right spot. Well. Dang it. Wasn't in the right spot. Get wrecked. And then this goes all the way around here. This must tell me what the next thing to do in here is. Wait, hang on. There we go. Drop slide reel. Remove slide reel. Drop slide reel. Pick up slide reel. Insert slide reel. Use interface. Hang on, recall scout launcher. Okay, now use interface. See, they're being weird. Okay, down to the theater. Yep. Oh, cool. Just a fully invisible wall by the theater. Put out the lights over there. And then that opens up that. Aw, man. Aw, man. Man. Aw, man. Don't enjoy that at all. Oh well. Can't do a lot about it. Sounds like that's the water coming, so we'll have to be a little bit careful. So anyway, the people who missed last time, who wants to see some dead bodies? Just take a nap by them, it's fine. For 0.0 seconds. Anyway, we no longer have our jetpack. We no longer have the ability to do literally anything cool. There went the dam. That's fun and exciting. We are going to try and map out our route as carefully as possible before we do the thing. Anyway, there's a bunch of them just died, so like, don't worry about it. We are going to map out the route as much as we can, as well lit as we can. That way there is no risk to us at all. So well preserved, all things considered, right? For how much water is in this ring world? You'd expect there to be more, what's the word? Desiccation? Okay, so this is the spot. This is the spot. Make all of that super spoopy. God, when I turn off the lights there, all those doors will open. And the goal is to get to the bottom down there. Well, I think the odds are that when this happens, this is when all of the... all those doors open and bad guys come out of them. Alks. By bad guys, I mean alks. I am trespassing on their property, but like I hate they are stopping me and therefore they're bad. That's how that works. I will accept no criticisms on my moral judgments of reality. Okay? Bro. Bro, you've got to be able to hear me. Bro, you have to be able to hear me. I'm so loud as I'm stomping around over here. Maybe he's friendly. You know, something about the whole vibe just makes me doubt that. And there's a lot of guys around here. There's just a lot of them. Why did the door just open there? Don't give me creak creak. Like, honestly. Give me creak, creak, creak. For no reason. It's rude. It's unkind. It's unnecessary. Alright. So that gives me full access to here. Now it's just a matter of getting back. Before either, you know, the cycle ends. Always a risk. Or getting completely got. And that just takes me down to the river, which is fine but not helpful. Cool. So it's just across the bridge, down the stairs, down the stairs, down the stairs. Got it? So, wait. This isn't right. Surely I'll be able to just go down the stairs, down the stairs, down the stairs very, very quickly. Right? It's not gonna make me do any other shenanigans, backtracks, loops, or other stuff? Oh. I don't like it here. Yeah. Damn it. I'm faster than you. I don't think I'm faster than you. Ah, damn. So that turned out all the lights, including the one I needed to get around. Up here. And that's the loop. Ah, dang nabbit. Yeah. You can't hear the music that says everything's dying, but I can. So get used to it. I was afraid you'd do that. Look, it's not gonna matter because I'm gonna die. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and... And? There. Kieran, I think that answers the question of do they think this amount of spook is normal? I'm gonna be so real. I think that answers that question completely. This is true, I did not get scooped. And I mean, while I agree with you that the animation is definitely them just blowing out the light, I still think they're eating my face. Hey, ship's log, how we feeling? Awesome. Awesome. Map projection 3 reveals a secret location within the stranger. Slide burning rule shows a container after glowing symbol. Blah blah blah. And then there's a secret mural in the Endless Canyon, which we were just about to get. Reveal a secret location with somewhere within the stranger. Again, I don't actually fully know where that is, but it must be, since it's attached to the river lowlands, it must be over near them. So, like, let's, I guess, just do that. Let's just do that. Not that I'm going to remember exactly what everything's deal is, but we'll see. We'll try what we can do. That's a very complicated web of clues. You can say that again. Is that there's hull damage? No, it is looking a little bit battered, huh? Easy peasy. But the best part is once you figure something out, it becomes obvious. Well, sort of. Oh, for exploring the dream? No, that's the interloper. I wonder if it... No, it's not that house. That's the little boathouse. Right? No, I totally... It took me a sec to remember that those are distinct too. Like... It must be by the ghost matter. That's the only spot that makes sense for that house. That looks like that house location. Either that or it's like under or behind this house. Like those are like the two options. There's something is either attached to this house, which I don't see the stairs, or it's the ghost matter house, which would make an awful lot of sense, but be a real pain in the ass, you know? I mean, I guess, is this the right building? Let's just ask that. Is this the building that was in the photograph? You can yes or no this one. That's a real question. Fabulous. Because there's no point in me wondering about being lost if I'm just on the wrong track. You know? There's no building over there. I will say, the other ones have had shortcuts right back to wherever you watch the slide reels. The artifact? No. I do not need the artifact from there if I'm doing... Since I'm doing, Narrow Gorge, well, I may not even have time to do all of Narrow Gorge this time. Is the tricky part. Alright, Kieran. We will catch you later. Whee. Yeah, I'm looking for the third burn site. Which, none of the buildings in here quite look like the image in the photograph. So, unless there's something over here. Which is, you know, extremely possible. This is suspiciously, land. Instead, you know, not that. Okay, yeah, that's... I don't like the power flickering. It's not a good feeling. Okay, but this doesn't seem right either. You know? But this also just does not seem correct. Because I would not call this within the River Lowlands. I just wouldn't. Okay then. I am actually quite uncertain. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything below here. Huh. I have no idea where it is. I would take a small hint here. Base Nerd, that would be okay. Because it didn't look like this building. It is the slide rule viewing building. Okay. Fair enough. Well, hello! Well, hello, Raiders. Hello, Java Clover. We're in ads for a couple more minutes, or a couple more seconds, so I'll just hang out for a moment. Welcome on in, everyone. Welcome on in. Thinking. Hello. Alright, we are free of ads. Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. Thank you for that raid. Looks like you were also playing Outer Wilds. How far in the game are you? What's going on? Welcome back. My name is Adam. I am a museum curator as my day job. So over here we do a lot of historical games, or games that we can apply historical ideas to. And this game is absolutely that. So we are finishing Echoes of the Eye today. So if you gotta duck out of spoiler wall yourself, please do so. Yep. Please, I would hate to be the one to spoil it for someone, but thank you so much for bringing your folks over. You're so confused. Are you in base game or are you in the DLC? Just started base game today? Oh, you're in for an absolute treat. One of the most magnificent bits of video game storytelling, period. So, go raid and run. I'll give you a chance to get out so you don't get spoiled on anything. But thank you so much for bringing your folks over. Hope you enjoy it. Alright. So, anyone who wants to dip, hopefully is dipped now. Echoes of the Eye. So. Well, that's not good. Fuel level critical is not a good sound. Game screen. Game screen. Game screen is an important part of streamer content. Oh, there it is. And Bentley Supermax, you asked why we have ads. The short answer is because I do need to, like, make something resembling income off of this. The long answer is that Twitch, gives you bigger percentages of ad revenue at certain values of stuff. So if I do, so we put in sort of the minimum we can while doing that. But if you use a Prime sub, then it's completely free. So, you know. Okay, I can just fly out through the ceiling. Get wrecked. Thank you. Your trick and your trap doesn't scare me. I have the power of a jetpack. They really did not plan for jetpacks, did they? Few people do. You know, you make a good point. Or further structures rotting out. Also a good point. It really didn't account for any of the relevant things. I do need to go back there in order to get the functional lantern, though. Thank Nabbit. Yeah, well. Look, that's on them. That's on them. Ah, oh, god damn it. Fine. Fine. I didn't want to do this with this anyway. It is nice and safe in its thing. And so we will simply... Exactly! You understand. Let me drop the thing. Oh my god, let me drop the thing. Oh, can I not get it out of here now? Oh, good, I can. Phew. Oh. I was going to be so sad. I was going to be so sad if we were unable to. Now. Here's the only significant problem. I do need, like, a thing that gets me over there without... Oh good, there's one on its way. Oh good, there's one on its way. Otherwise it was going to be really interesting and I was going to be left very unsure how the hell I was going to get over to anything from anywhere. You know? Oh, don't be on your way over there. You're making this unnecessarily difficult. Honestly. It reminds me of a discussion Red had during one of her live streams. She got into the topic of stories that insist that everything's going to be fixed when humanity uploads the Yeah, I mean, it's very clear who is and is not an archivist when you get into stories that insist on that. Because, like... Hi, digital archivists are very sad about digital archiving, literally all the time, because, oh my god, how do we keep any of this data from surviving? Or, how do we make sure any of this data makes it any time? Like, anyone who works in digital archiving is spooked, because, hi, we haven't found... We have a lot of formats that claim that they will last for like several hundred years. None of that's tested. Like, we don't have any formats that have been actually meaningfully tested over greater than about 30 years. And we have found, oh shit. But lots of the things that were expected to last just don't. Like... Hi. CDs don't last very long. Blu-rays seem better, but don't last very long. Floppy disks last for a good long while. Who has a floppy disk reader? Because there's two other... Right, so there's physical hardware limitations. And yes, there are ways to get good approximations. Right, so there's different sort of artificial aging procedures that you can do on large parts of everything here. And you can use those in order to simulate, 40 or 50 years of use in, a couple month. And if you do that, well, it's a good approximation. We don't know for sure. There may be other options. Yeah. Uh-huh. So that's the house with all the music. The fireplace is fake. Cool. If you get around to the house with the music, that the singing is coming from, the fireplace is fake. That works. There's nothing else we're going to be able to do in this cycle. But yeah, magnetic tape, cassettes, VHS, etc. longest lasting with the least corruption. VHS, not. VHS decays quite... The film elements of VHS actually are very undurable. Magnetic tape for just raw audio, great. But the video components of VHS are the problem. And film, especially, like, pretty much all forms of traditional film are extremely degradable. It's a big problem. Also, yeah, magnetic tape has one important problem, which is that it tears easily. Right? It doesn't lose data fast, but it's very susceptible to physical damage. Whereas a solid-state hard drive is relatively insusceptible to physical damage, and is, you know, just susceptible to electrical damage. Also magnets. Also magnets. You can just wipe them very easily. It's a problem. Anyway. So, right, exactly. So all of that is one layer of restriction, right? Our physical hardware is, and the physical format of the data is a restriction. And all of our formats have lifespans. The other half of that is our accessories. Because, like, material is not useful if you can't access it. It doesn't matter if the data is pristine if you don't have a spot that you can, like, let's use magnetic tape. Okay. If you don't have a reel-to-reel playback device, how are you going to play magnetic tape? How many people have a 8-inch floppy disk drive in their computer in present here? How many people know somebody who has... Thanks, Wolfie. You my goat. How many people know somebody other than Wolfie who has an 8-inch floppy disk reel? My dad does. No, my dad only has a 3.5-inch floppy. He doesn't have the big floppy readers. Right? Because you got 8-inch floppies, you got 5-inch floppies, and you got 3.5-inch floppies. So, all that is to say, right, you gotta solve both of those problems for data to be preserved effectively. And emulation can bypass the PC interface problems, because you basically run a machine inside your machine. But that's kind of kicking the can down the road. So digital data preservation is a huge fucking problem. Also, data centers require power. And what happens if the power grid fails? Because you built your data center in Texas. And they have crappy infrastructure. What happens to all of them consciousnesses? So any archival perspective is like, yeah, that's super sus. This is not... And heck, this game actually illustrates the problem perfectly. Hey, what happens when the physical surrounding hardware of the dam that powers the whole thing fails? And floods? And snuffs out all of these lanterns? And all the physical bodies are already dead? well, they all die. They don't just die a little bit, they die. Say, question. Do you think it would work if I go over here? Oh yeah, while we're memeing about clay tablets, information density is too low. Like, on like 88 for 99.8% of material produced today, data density is way too low. Anyway, so the question here I've got, do you think it would work if we went into the Shrouded Woodland, we activated the shortcut there in order to access the bonk, 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 bonk. There we go. We activated the shortcut to access the other areas. We went to Hidden Gorge. We waited out the flood. And then we just go wander about. You know, we have a little bit of a sneak. Because if we are in River Lowlands here, when it fails, right? If we are here when the thing fails, then we get woken up. But if we just make it so that we can access this place again through the dream, and we just access it from somewhere else, then there's a good chance that all of the guys will just be dead and gone, so that I don't need to think about them or try and dodge them while we're doing stuff. Right? Though that actually seems we need to be able to... Oh good, there's the extinguish right there. Right, so if I do this, isn't that a bit macabre? It's not being macabre, it's being efficient. Hello, Peter. I'm trying to cheese. So my idea is, I activate all of this, right? And then we go somewhere else. And after the flood comes through and wipes out all the Alks, that I'm just gonna walk back through. I'm gonna walk back through this door, and I'm gonna explore this area with no Alks involved. I'll at least be able to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go. And given how strict the time limit here actually is, given that I don't know how, right, that's the house I need to get to. Right, that right there. That's the place. And there's a lot of guys guarding it. So, if there's a way for me to get there more safely, I think that's going to be just an unmitigated good. The nickname. They look like owls, but have antlers like elk. Therefore, they're Alks, according to the fans. We have found all 3 burn sites. So we know what we need to do in all of these locations. But that's as far as I can actually get on this. And I mean, you call them Aldir? Also a good name for them. As you can see, there's not, like, the time limit otherwise is so short that I don't really know what else I would be supposed to do for how to cheese this place effectively. Now, the really interesting question for me is, and I guess we'll just have to try this, is if I just beeline Hidden Gorge. Because that gives me the most time in the simulation. If I just beeline them this, will I be able to go there right away? I think we'll try it and see what happens when the flood comes through. If it says, oh, you're in this area, therefore I'm waking you up. Or if it really does just care about where home is. Now, the other question I should ask. Right, we got the sort of final thing in the Hidden Well in the tower. There was more to that area to explore. So, like, is there more to do there? Because we notably did not, get a code. Right, we did the thing, but we did not get a hidden code. Because it was also Quispy. We got a lot of information, but we did not get a code. I can tell you found everything down the well. I mean, sure, but that says nothing about the rest of the area. You know? And we are not turning off the lights here this time. Because we are doing the other section. I mean, that is a really please yes, no. So that way, if I have to go back there, like, if there's nothing to find, I don't want to just take a bunch of loops doing nothing. You don't have to tell me how much more there is to find, but if there's more, I would love to know that. And just a heads up, we're just a couple minutes away from, more ads. %, that I got everything in the tower tree. Okie dokie. Cool. It would be really funny if it turns out that there is no way to open the secret? Like the monolith. That would be very funny. Alright, we're gonna try a thing. We're gonna try this. If it goes badly, it'll go badly. If it goes well, then I'm a genius. You know? I mean, if it goes bad, it's not even like a big risk. It's kind of like, basically no risk. Potentially big reward. Like, the worst case scenario is, oh no, we get reset. And either we can try and navigate back to see if it was just a timing problem. Like, if this works, if this well and truly works, and they just all... If all of that is, now all my problems are solved, then... this is awesome. If it actually just fully doesn't register, then I'm like, oh dang. Like, if this just does nothing, then it does nothing. But it didn't kick me out, and the floodwater has now passed. So, moment of truth, I see no Alks around. I don't see... There were like 3 Alks that had been walking around here, and I now see 0. So look, I feel bad for him. I don't feel that bad for him. I am still hearing them, though. So it's not clear that I'm, like, totally clear, free, and done. But we might be clear, free, and done. I'm certainly no worse off than I was. You know? I'm still hearing a bunch of guys in the distance, but I'm not seeing any guys around here. Alright, Wolfie, thank you so much. Have a great night. This is nothing. This is nothing. Okay, I am turned around completely. God, it is so freaking dark around here. I'm sort of tempted to just turn up my screen brightness to ludicrous. Just so I can see a damn thing. Okay, so this bridge seems like it did accomplish nothing for me. Dang. I don't think turn up the brightness as it's just not, like, it's not rendered. Or it's just there's genuinely no light source. It feels like there's a secret here that I'm not seeing. You know? There's a spot to warp to from here that I do not see. That's the... Or a thing I need to make visible? Or something. Right, from right where I'm standing, up here. The fake fireplace. Which I thought was in that building. Like, I don't actually have a way to get to that building either. Yet no shit, I need to find the fireplace. Thank you. Oh yeah, just find the fireplace. I know what building it's in. It's in that one over there. Super easy, and there's definitely not, you know, something in the way that prevents me from walking. Not like there's just death all around here. Yeah. No, I'm just salty because I can't see shit. Don't worry about it. You're good. Yes, please, a hint would be awesome. Because I just can't see it. The problem is I can't see shit. Well, this is different. It's not helpful, but it's different. Secret tunnel! Right? Oh yeah, secret tunnel. When you look at that, I was standing on top of it the whole time. Easy peasy. Cool. But it is awesome to know that my thought process there, that I don't need to bait them, I just have to do a timing puzzle, is correct. Right? That was really, really, what's the word? Affirming? To be like, hey, I bet that if this is the area that just gets to Scott, then there may be stuff to do here. Insert artifact. Oh good, slide projectors. Hopefully not too many slides. Because I gotta do like 3 things. There's however many slides there are. And then oh, I need to actually like do the thing. Use the slide projector in the correct way. We're in the final archive? No, we are on the second final. Is there any difference here? Like, this is the same thing. This is the same thing. Yeah, they completely drained their world to get over here. Sucked real bad. Yada yada. Again, that's not how slide projectors work. This is different. Uh-huh. Cool, it loads up simulations of different areas. If you jump off in between the two, everything, it goes bad. Cool, so if you jump off in the tunnel between sections, you disconnect from the entire thing and die. Is what I'm hearing. Motherfucker, what is the point of having this thing if you're going to crispy it? I mean, now I have to do it though. You know? Now I have to just see what happens. Like, you don't tell someone something like that. Oh! You don't tell someone like that if there isn't a vision. I've got a minute. Do you think I can do it? And I think that was everything in that one. That really seemed like that was everything in that one. We got one of the same informations, we got one new information. And the worst case scenario is the time loop resets. Easy peasy. But I am continuing to notice, you know, they did a very, 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 very good job making sure that all of their secrets right? All their codes to that thing that they did. They made damn sure. Whoa. That is not at all what I expected to have happen. What? Uh-huh. Whoa. There's so much space to explore in here, though. I'm in the back room. Apparently. Well. That's exciting. I'm in. Huh? Well, I don't know if I should have extinguished the thing. There's clearly something going on here. Oh! Oh, that extinguished one of the gates. Oh, that fully extinguished one of the things. How did that Okay. Whoa, just stop. Stand still. Didn't expect that to be how that works. So, okay. That means that none of this has anything to do with any of... So, okay. Yeah. That, good to know that you can finish this thing completely without needing any of the codes, because we just no-clip. We just no-clip, we find the locations, we blow out the blocks, we move on with our day. That being said, we do still have one more burned out useless code to go find. Which I'm not looking forward to. I am not going to have a very good time as I try and do this last one. Because this was the one that quite clearly has the most ALKs. Yeah. I got like 60% of the way through the house. Like I got the lights off and had almost gotten around to getting the bridge back on a loop. But yeah, loop's not gonna be easy. It may take a bunch of tries. But if I can just get the light on, right? If I just get the lights... If in this first run, if I can turn off the lights in the house and get the lights for the bridge on, it doesn't matter if I get caught. I don't think I have to do it all in one go. I don't think they reset the puzzles on... They go like, hack, everyone reset the puzzles. Ah! I think they just stay mad. Cool. Slide burning room, forbidden archive. Slide rule, there seems to be some sort of error report that shows them falling below the world. Yippee! Cool, so it's just the secret mural there, that forbidden archive, and then the sealed vault. That's all that's left. We are very close. We are very, very close here. It's interesting. So, I mean, obviously we have to now redo that one that we had done. Sure. I'd say it's a bit less, hang on, I want to roll. Ow. I still think that was faster than the alternative had been. I think that's quite a bit faster than actually going around through on the rafts. Get me in here just as quick as possible. Because there's got to be like one more piece of information in these archives. Why do I insist on ruining ankles? Because ankles are badly designed pieces of garbage and I don't respect them. Right, the only joint I respect less is knees. Knees are bad. Knees are badly designed. They suck real bad. What about elbows that bend like that? I mean, that's just evolution into our own hypermobile. We just have to make them more durable. But like, that's the first step towards a brighter future. I don't really know exactly what that future, what benefit that gives us, but I trust the process. This is my how I get back. Assuming I am going to get back. You know? Like, why do they insist on this whole thing being just pitch black? Ow. Why are you giving me ring, ring, ring? Makes sense that the owls like darkness. How dare you come in here with your facts and reasoning? But also, I don't really know that that's super supported by the text. Like, I don't know that that's super supported by the text. in that they do still need the lanterns to run around and try and find us. Which I wouldn't expect to be the case. Like, you can juke them if you know how to navigate the space in pitch black. You can juke them pretty easily if you know how to navigate the space in pitch black. Which I think would not be very plausible if they were actually... like, fully have good vision at night. Alright, time for it to get spooky. Who's excited? It's not me. I'm not looking forward to this. At all. Whoop. Damn it. Bro. Well, we're gonna find out real quick if, it reset everything or if we just have to redo that little bit again. How do you do, good sir? Well, hello there. It does not. Alright, it is full spook mode. But I think there are only like 2 of them. Like, I actually don't think there's that many guarding the area. It's really just a couple around here that exist primarily to ruin my day. Cool. I'm joking you. Juked. There's that one. There's that one successfully juked. Now there's another one over here. Right. Down at the end of this. Where are you? Yep, there you are. Damn it. Need to be able to see literally anything. I want to be able to do this juke a little more successfully. Am I back into a corner? God damn it. I keep backing into corners. Damn it. Man. I really do just keep backing into these corners, so I don't know exactly what my loop is through that room in order to get to the thing for long enough to activate it. Because that's really the only goal, is I don't need to get out of the room safely. Right, I don't need to get out of the room, I just need to activate the bridge. The moment the bridge is active, right, is the moment I get that active, it doesn't matter. I mean, ideally I get out of the room successfully, but like, if I don't, it's not the end of the world. I also feel like I'm really overestimating how easily they can see, or how far they can see, if I don't shine a light directly in their face. You know? I feel like the conceal command is not actually very useful, it's just kind of tripping me up. Wait, what? Well, there's the dam. Alright, I'm running a little low on time. Yeah. Hey! Don't worry about it. We're so fine. Now here's really the moment of truth. If they blow out the lights on that, I'll be kind of annoyed. Because I finally, like, made the progress step. But it's very possible that they can just go extinguish. You know? Nope, they did not do that. Great. Good, that lines up with my understanding of how the design actually works. Now the question is there a third one down here? Or is it just like, that's good enough? That's good enough. I no-feared that bridge. I absolutely no-feared the Indiana Jones bridge. I was absolutely 100% confident that there was a bridge there. Look at us go. Get juked, idiots. By the power of persistence and incremental progress, we have done the thing. I actually think I need the lantern for a moment, yes, actually. Oh, okay. Why not? Does this door open too? No, it's just that one. Just this door opens. Okay, thanks. This one! Yay! They gather around and they are so sad. They're so sad about the place they destroyed. And so they come up with a simulation of the whole thing, and then they go have a honk show. Yeah, and then they go have a honk show. Get draw. Can I have it? Thank you. So this one should be the one that has new content, hopefully. So yeah, they're in a bubble. And if you leave the lantern somewhere and walk too far away, you're able to just leave the simulation. Okay, so there are 3 error reports. I assume those are the conditions for each of the 3 simulations. Yeah? Oh, that's just data. Oh, that's spooky. Oh, I don't enjoy that. Hey, what the hell? I feel like there's gotta be something I can do with that data. You know? The fact that there's a hole in reality right there? I feel like that's gotta, like, accomplish something. That being said... I'm not sure how this lets me access the... I'm not sure how this lets me remove a chain. Right, that's sort of the next step is there a spot down here that I could get to? Because, like, there's the various things. But does this let me actually, like, do something with that? Rotate. Oh. Is there a specific spot where I can walk out of bounds in a way that's productive? And not lethal. See? That's what we call lethal. Okay. I think that's all we have time for on this loop. So... that is all of our information. That is all 3 archives done. That's all 3 of our error reports done. Whoa, that wasn't what I wanted to do. What? I clicked meditate till next loop, didn't I? Huh? Oh well. Let's see what other fun things we can do. There's a bridge there the whole time? That's interesting to know. Well, there's the question, isn't it? No, we can't... I don't think... Or, yeah, you absolutely... No, you can't, because you need to be able to do this. Right? Because you need to be able to do this, which is not... viable. If you don't have the lantern. Though, I guess I don't know if you need to do that if you... I guess I don't actually know if you would need to do that at all. Just because if you... I don't know if this doesn't exist. If you... Yeah, but then you still can't do the elevator. But you still can't do the elevator. So you'd have to just kinda... bring this up. Well, ooh, Can you do the elevator? No. Yeah, you can't change the state of the elevator. So. Oh, and there is a guy right behind me. There is a guy over there. So, no, I think they do exist, and they can get you. God, I didn't even see that there was a guy there. I just sort of booked it. I just sort of booked it and said, hey, have fun, don't mind me. True, I could run into their faces and then see what happens. You're so right. It's a thing to experiment if I screwed up and there was actually still more stuff to do. I also really don't like that the burning of things is creating holes in reality, or creating just fully holes in the simulation. I don't think I enjoy that fact very much at all. Okay, so, Forbidden Archive. Shows them walking beyond the projection radius. An alarm bell failing to wake up one of the stranger's inhabitants. And, jumping off a raft in the transition. I don't know what the alarm bell... I don't know how the alarm bell error code works. Because it seemed like it seemed like the error code was the alarm bell doesn't wake them if they're dead. Which is not very useful for us, because we don't want to be dead. You know? Being dead is not very useful. Like, I guess let me just check that one more time, make sure I didn't miss anything in what this... Switch slideshow. This is that one. It's right there, they go, alarm bell, alarm bell, alarm bell, alarm bell, alarm bell. Wakes up. Boom. And you're good. That one, being dead, error, no signal. Do I have to walk? Oh. That's disgusting. I have to walk into the fire and burn myself to death in order to wake up in the simulation, in order to bypass the things. Oh, that's disgusting. Well, we got some work to do. Ah, what's one more death? Right. Hey, I've only had, like, a medium number of deaths this time. Lots and lots of timing out on the loop, but not that many just fully dyings. No, die in real life to make sure that you wake up in the dream. And if you're dead in real life... but that's the one for Tower, which is the last one we have to do. So we don't have to worry about that. So we need to go over here. Alright. We've got a lot of stuff we gotta do in a very short amount of time to make it happen. So we're gonna see how well we can do it. Because the first one here is we just need to go, fall out of bounds here. Wait, no. Doze off. That one's easy. Falling out of bounds, easy peasy. Right? They really don't want anyone opening that box. I was like, hang on, there's a problem here. I was like, but no, there isn't, actually. I don't need to go this way, I need to go around this way. I do this every time. I do this every time. I always forget what I'm doing. I do this every time. Oh wait, I just need to extinguish. We do this. Summon a thing. Get the hell over here. Thank you. Now get the hell over there. I need to jump off you. Whee! I broke everything. Alright. That's this one. Then I have to do the walk out of bounds one. Right, this one's easy. Oh. Oh. Okay, this one's easy. We have done this one. I may need some guidance on the, how do I get over to the next? How do I actually do the next one? Because, like, you know, on the one hand, it's easy. Just drop your thing, right? Drop the thing, walk out of bounds. I just haven't figured out from that point what is the well, oh, no, I know exactly what the trick is. No, that's easy. Wait, hang on, I was seriously overthinking this. Right, what... I am going to try walking over, heading to the raft here. Right, I'm going to try heading to the raft. In the narrow gorge one. I'm going to try going over to the raft in the narrow gorge one. Setting down, right, getting to the pier. Setting down my thing. Getting in the thing. Right, and then just letting the raft carry me out of bounds. And see where I end up. That's my current working theory as to how I do this. It might not work, but I think it is likely to work. Then, I head over to the tower, and I, burn myself to death. So that I can walk around with impunity. Though I'm not sure where the bypass is. That's the trick. On that one, I'm not entirely sure where the bypass is. Right. Average day for a Hearthian. Exactly. 0. So we go over here. We go, ooh yay, wahoo, yippee. We summon that bridge, but then it turns out that there's actually another bridge right here, it seemed like. Nope, nope. Incorrect. Incorrect sentence. That's alright. I didn't really lose any time by doing that. I think I lose maybe 10 seconds. Okay, there definitely was a... Wait, hang on. There definitely is a thing over here. Right? It's... Oh, well, it was just a farther over. Okay. Well... Cool. Let me just grab the thing again. Because I need it for the elevator. So... Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's so sad. I walked off the side of the bridge. It's an absolute classic of the genre. It's an absolute classic of the genre. Because it feels like just... Oh, yeah, what happens if... No, because we already tried falling to death outside outside the simulation. What? Well, I guess let me just try it one more time with feeling without the thing. So that, one, I can see if I can not suck at this. Because, like, this is actually starting to waste time in a dangerous way. So, just let me drop the artifact? Thank you. It's like, if it's trolling me, it's trolling me. I feel like, okay, no, I'm just walking off the corner. I'm just walking off the corner. Easy peasy. That's no problem. So I'm just gonna see what happens if I fall off here. Cool. It counts as me drowning. Cool. That's what I need to check. Because if that was the secret, I needed to know that. I'm just walking to the wrong side of the tree. I just walked to the wrong side. I was aiming at the wrong side of the tree, and so I was walking off at the last moment. Happens to the best of us. So we drop off there, and we aim to this side of the tree. And now we're so good. Why did I walk the long way around that? It is a mystery to everyone. Alright. On entirely unrelated note, you've been reading Lord of the... Or you've been, reading Lord of the Rings for the first time, and why did nobody tell you that Merry Brandybuck was such a great dude? I mean... I could have told you that. Absolutely could have told you that. Well, heck, I'm already at... That's not awesome. I hope this is how I do this. If this is not how I do this, I actually will be quite sad. And yet you didn't, how dare. You know, honestly, you're so right. That's completely on me, and I apologize profusely. But yes, Kalamak, my boy, my guy, is the best. Huh. Okay. This, is not working how I expected. It actually correctly rendered the previous thing. Really? Huh. Well... Plan B. Jump into the in-between space. Again, this time with the, when I'm in, Codeland. Jump into the in-between space when I know the terms of the stuff. Because it doesn't seem to me to be the case that I just need to jump into the void 3 times. Like, that seems like a very cheesy way of doing that. And also, like, it's, like, it would be just missing something. Like, if it's just jump into the void 3 times, then it is just jump into the void 3 times. I can respect it. Though, oh. Okay, no, I am doing this exactly right. It is jump into the void, it's just with... Jump into the void with a precondition. Or... Hang on. Oh, I just need to go to the tower. Ow. I just need to go to the tower, or not to the tower one. I need to go to the the reservoir one. Okay, so I need to do any of them once. Right, so that's my verdict. I need to do any of them once. Then I need to go to Reservoir, and I've got a couple of tricks I need to do in Reservoir, specifically. Rotate. That's not actually very helpful, is it? Well, crap. What do you think the odds are I'm going to die if I just try and swim? Because that's a burn my... As long as there's... I was just about to ask for a catch-up, but that thought process just cleared up for me. Cool. I take it you know where we're at, or you played the game before, so you at least have some idea of what the story so far is, Arcade Nebula? Because, yeah, we are in final stages of Echoes of the Eye here, in that we are just trying to do, like, the last handful of things. Awesome. Yeah, so we have finished all of the secret archives, or all the forbidden archives. We have done everything that there is to do out in the rest of the space. It's just a matter of, solving our problems. Exactly. And it looks like we're probably not going to do it this loop because I wasted a bunch of time for no benefit. Like, it looks like we're going to fail to do it this loop, just on the grounds that I failed to do it quick enough for, like, most of the stuff. Cool. One problem. I very much cannot get over that. I don't suppose this changes heights. I'm so good at puzzles. I am, like, so freaking good at puzzles. You don't even know. Ouch, my dream knees. Hey, your dream knees... They're not my problem. We're real close. Alright, now time for the really interesting one. Ow, 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 ow. Marshmallows yourself. Ouch, my dream. No, those are very real third-degree burns. I have really bad news. Those third-degree burns were unfortunately not those. It's my dream knees, but my very real third-degree burns. Don't fall off the bridge now. Don't even joke about that. God, throwing this close to the end, because I just, like... Oh yeah, they're just silent now. Well, sucks to be y'all. Listen to that loop music. Listen to that loop music. We have approximately, 40 seconds. So... time to do it all again, but this time I know what I'm doing. And that is genuinely a big deal. Like... I agree, this does not look like it will pause time at all. And if it fails, darn. Like, if we run out of time, darn. But now, you know, I'm not going to waste 15 minutes of my loop. I'm not about to waste 15 minutes of my loop this time. Failing to... No, don't do that. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Hi. What up? Back to the prisoner. Uh-huh. So all of this was just to lock up a guy? All of this was just to lock up a guy? What a freaking waste. No, so close. We don't worry about it. This is all about the journey, and sometimes it's about the game trolling me. Actually, mostly it's about the game trolling me, and it's only about the journey, like, a little bit of the time. Hi, bye! Hi, the sun's going supernova, I'll talk to you soon. God damn it. There still is an awful lot that I feel like I don't know. But I kind of feel like that's intentional. Well, in this case, it's not so much about the supernova as the ATP. Same difference. Like, I mean, because the Ash Twin project wouldn't activate if it weren't for the supernova. So, if we weren't at the end of the universe, we wouldn't be in a time loop. On the other hand, it's probably a good thing that we're in a time loop. Yeah, that's so valid. Because otherwise, I'd be having a bad time. Hey, Kritmer! We are at, like, endgame? Oh yeah, I suppose technically we are outside of supernova range. Not that, you know, that helps me that much. Like, being out of supernova range is so good and helpful and awesome, except for the bits where, it's the end of the universe? So, I mean, I could, and end up in the infinite void of interstellar space. Yeah, Kritmer, if you gotta bounce to avoid spoilers, please do. Absolutely not gonna feel bad about that. Because, like, we have finished all of the things, we got to the last thing to do, and then the loop ended. And, like, it's probably technically faster to do this, by all at the reservoir. But... Uh-huh. Once you do finish this, you should visit the place again. There's several places that you could mean by that. The Eye? I was planning on doing epilogue again. I was planning on doing epilogue again regardless. Because I want to go say hi to everyone. So... like, yeah, I'll absolutely go do epilogue a second time. Like, I feel like it wouldn't be a good way to finish the playthrough if we didn't end with still hanging out, having a good time with all our friends. You know? I want to say hi to Solanum again. You know, the absolute cutest. Just the sweetest person. Hi, we can't understand each other, but I really hope we can be friends anyway. God, yeah, you really do... We really do just kind of gotta be perfect here. I mean, I assume this adds the prisoner. I hope I hope. I guess I don't know if assume is the right word, but I hope that means we can add the prisoner to the song. Because, God, if Bro got locked up... No, I'm doing that, I did that on purpose. Because I haven't met the condition to do other things, and I don't really... Right, I didn't burn myself to death, so I can't do the other ones even if I wanted to. Well, I could do the second one. I could not do the third one. And I don't want to do it on River Lowlands regardless. Because, God, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Ah, yes. I moved marginally too slow. And, got by the dam breaking, and now I'm dead. Like, that's just not wise. You know? That's just not wise. Exactly! That would be stupid. So let's just not do that. We'll take our time, we'll enjoy the journey. And then we'll try it again at the correct spot to do this all at. True. The prisoner never... But the problem is we have the memory of it. I mean, yes, the prisoner never saw you leave. Because, like, we were never there. Right, time got reset. And so we were never there. Right, the version of us that blipped out of existence right before talking to the prisoner never existed. Obviously. However. You don't blip out of existence, that's the neat part. I mean, well... We do blip out of right, we were never there, and so it doesn't matter. Right. I mean, the point, regardless, the point is we were never actually there. And so it doesn't matter. Anyway. So, but right, the entire version of us gets obliterated. Because the end of the universe happens. You know? Anyway, marshmallow time. We're the marshmallow. Call me Gabbro the way I'm crisping this Hearthian. I'm intentionally burning this Hearthian to death. Ah. As who's his face said. Oh, there we go. What's his name? The museum curator. Who intentionally burns their marshmallow? Imagine dying now by falling off the cliff. Don't say that. Don't be like that. Hornfels, thank you. I can never remember his name because it's a weird rock mineral name. And I'm not a geologist. But yes, Hornfels being like, hey, you good? Yeah, exactly. I like nice. Oh. Alright, let's go talk, go talk to... Rotate. Let's go find a prisoner. God, what did this guy have to... Actually, I have no idea if this species has a concept of gender. What did this elk have to do in order to get this utterly, viciously rolled? Imagine the horror of a random fish person waltzing into your LAN party, flagging every security measure, and just acting nonchalant while finding out your most closely guarded secrets in 10 minutes. Uh-huh. What's up? Hi. Ooh, scary. Oh no. Yeah. What did you do in order to get everything got? Who are you? A beam. Hi. Okay. Oh. Okay, yeah, that would do it. That would do it. Okay, bro. I do have one important problem. Do you think that that's why the Nomai detected it when they did? And then they reactivated it. Why, there was that one very brief window where the Nomai were able to detect them. Yeah! So that also answers the chronology question, right? Is that there is, like, a known specific... Ooh! There it is. A known, very, very specific moment that made everything happen. Oh, God, brutal. God, what horrible luck, though. God, what atrocious luck. Also, right, the minor theme rendition of the Outer Wilds Ventures theme, the Traveler theme. Yeah, they just happened to warp into Dark Bramble. Polly, it's the literal worst possible luck that they just happened to warp directly into the worst place in the solar system. Da, 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 da. Oh, we're so cute! Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. We're such a cutie. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you, fam. It's a great theme. Are we besties with the prisoner now? I think so. Though, question. Are you gonna leave me here? Bro. Bro. You can't do this to me. Okay. Thank you. He sent the elevator back down. Don't worry. They sent the elevator back down. They sent the elevator back down. And presumably they are now looking at the thing. No? That's not anything? Question though. I burned to death. Okay, question. I burned to death? How exactly am I supposed to get back out to the end of reality? Oh, you walked... What, you just walked into the... Yay! Okay, but like, you did kind of sort of walk into the water. I guess I gotta trust you. I guess I gotta trust you, bro. But I'm just gonna do exactly what you did. Echoes of the Eye. Right, unfortunately, neither of us... you know how long he was imprisoned? Well, in that little blip... Summon the Nomai. We don't know how long the Nomai were around, but we know that the Interloper arrived and killed them all 289,000 years before present. Well, actually, I guess we don't know how long Nomai lifespans are. We do know that it was not all that many generations. It was only a couple of generations of Nomai in the solar system before they got... Yeah, it was like 3-ish. It was like 3-ish generations. And so... but, you know, if they live for 5,000 years... Like, that doesn't necessarily mean very much. We do know that they died 289,000 years ago. So our kind of minimum time for that Alk to be imprisoned is 300,000 years plus or minus. Which sucks real bad, actually. Sucks real bad, actually. Sealed vault. Cute. Remove HUD marker. Amazingly, I did not just get the achievement that says all clue or all things. So that's peculiar. But there's Echoes of the Eye. So I will say, yeah, don't worry about it. The achievement is very wonky. Don't worry about it. I'm not an achievement hunter. I don't actually care that much. But there's probably like a small thing, like one small thing that I missed somewhere. And so it's like I don't actually care. Like I do wish that it kind of matched and said if there are more clues to find, there's an orange star that tells you that there's more clues to find. But like I don't overall care. So, Echoes of the Eye overall thoughts. I like it less than I like the base game. Uh-huh. They didn't put it together before this, and it explicitly said, do you think that one burned house was theirs? It's unclear, because there was a couple of abandoned shrines to the Eye, right? So it seemed like when they were constructing this vessel, they, like the Nomai, treated the Eye as something either ritually important or downright sacred. And so the vision that the Eye would kind of end the universe and the horror that left, that to them made it seem like a betrayal of that and turned reverence into hatred. There is also, oh yeah, there is one in the dream one. Can we tell other people about the Owls? You make a good question. Since I'm already a bit late for the loop, so let's go find out. Observatory. Observatory. Oh, well, that's gonna hurt. That hurt less than it could have. Great news. That could have hurt way more than it did. Let's go tell Hornfels about it first. And then you'll tell me if I can tell any of the travelers. Yeah, there's a chance. But I'm not done yapping. So, like... Hey. Hey, can you help me translate this new alien language you found? New language? Yes, absolutely, stars above. You bet I can. Well, just give me, let's call it 100 samples, some form of epigraphical codex in 6 months, and I should have the vague gist of the sort of graphemes this new language is working with. Gosh, I can't wait to get started. Again, so valid. This is extremely relatable content. I found Feldspar. They're in dark bramble. Stars above. This is wonderful news. Thank you. Thank you for finding them. But Feldspar didn't immediately join you on your ship and return here as incredibly Feldspar of them. We were never entirely sure what Feldspar was thinking back then either. Still, we ought to fish them out of that dreadful place with all haste. I'll radio Goss and have them prepare a ship. Really should be Gosson who brings Feldspar home. Again, thank you. You can hardly imagine how profoundly happy I am to hear they're alive and unharmed. I found his people huge fucking nerds. Let's be quite real on this. It's not even just academics, it's just huge fucking nerds. Anyway. So. Right. I think that they did a good job tying Echoes of the Eye into... and sort of the necessity of the Ash Twin. I still don't actually know how to break space-time the other way. I'm gonna be so for real. I understand. I did the one in the high energy lab. I genuinely don't know how to do the other one. There's apparently a couple of ways to break space-time. And go, whoops, you destroy reality and get kazoos. And I did one of them. But people were telling me that there's a second way. And I'll be so for honest, I don't know how, I have no idea. Like, we could do that this loop. We could do that this loop pretty easy. The Ash Twin Project way. Uh-huh. But I can't... Like, I can end the Ash Twin Project, but stay in the project location. Like, I can do that. Yeah, I would love to know. I would at least love a nudge in the right direction. Hang out without ending it till the end of a loop. Oh. I guess I didn't think a black hole was going to form. I guess I didn't assume that there was going to be a black hole involved. Inside the Ash Twin Project. I feel like nothing it had actually said up to this point really said, hey... No, that's fine. That's fine. We did the one with the drone. I guess that is, I guess, a spot that is simultaneously unintuitive, because there was no... Oh, yeah. There's absolutely foreshadowing. I take back literally everything I said. Because, yeah, the Ash Twin Project is supposed to generate a black hole strong enough in order to send something 22 minutes into the past. Yep. Yep, that is the whole point of it. No, you make a good point. Yeah. I just didn't put together that, yeah, of course the Ash Twin Project creates a black hole. I'm a goober. Yep. Nope, that was just I'm a stupid. Anyway, though. If we're gonna do that... two questions, then. Question 1. Do other... whoop. Do other travelers have anything to say about Echoes of the Eye? Awesome. Then we simply won't worry about that. Quispy. Goodbye. In that case... $14 should get us pretty close, right? Oh wait, sorry, that was 14 seconds. Oh, sorry, I slept for 14 seconds of time, not 14 minutes of time. I should, learn how to count. Yeah. That's sort of the thought. Of like 10-ish minutes, so I'll sleep for like 8. And that should give me enough time to get into... we'll do it a little bit less than that. We'll do it a hair less than that. We'll do it for 5. We'll sleep for 5. Which will definitely give us enough of a chance to get into the Ash Twin project. And then once we're there, we'll sit around and yap. Until we feel... until the loop ends. Yay, yapping, right? We love yapping. Wee. Because I don't trust the cycle very good. I worry it takes quite a bit longer than it is supposed to. Or than I would want it to. That's Giant Steep. That's not where I want to be at all. Whee. That's Timberhearth. That's also not where I want to be. I see I'm taking the long way around this time. God dang it. That means I literally just missed the cycle, doesn't it? That means the cycle activated just then. See, this is why I wanted to give myself lots of time. Because if I cut it close, and then did exactly what I did, we were going to end up in a really unfortunate position. Where the sun obliterates us before we're ready. Yeah, but if I waited for like 8 minutes like I had first done, like I was going to be like, this is suddenly quite sus. Anyway, by the way, shoutouts to Cactus for being the most useless plant on the planet. So, yapping part 1. As I said, right, I was starting to say this, but let's continue this thought. One of the things that I feel like didn't quite land for me with Echoes of the Eye is that, one... Oh, real life Cactus Arcane? Delightful. Cactus in this game? Jerks. Useless jerks. But one of the things that this game managed, the base game manages so well, is how... Never hug the cactus in Outer Wilds. True. Anyway. Is this moment-to-moment sense of adventure, so that you are discovering something fully new every moment. And if you get stuck with something, or you aren't liking sort of the feel of something, then you can just go somewhere else. Echoes of the Eye doesn't have that luxury. Right? Echoes of the Eye does not have that luxury. You were really just fully getting got. In fully getting stuck on this ring world with high gravity. Whoop. Well, that's helpful, but also potentially a problem. Wow, we did not have a lot of time. Holy crap, we did not have a lot of time. Oh, well. So, yeah, we had one planet with high gravity, with very limited tools, with no need for your ship the whole time. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I am fully outside of the ring. Oh, this is really unfortunate. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, this is very awkward. One big. Yoink. Okay, but... oh, now I have to head back to it. Well. Honkshoe. Well, congrats to Spain. I see, the Miku curse is real, apparently. Like, holy moly. Check my map first. Check my map first. Not 2-1 this time, though. Hell, that counts for something. Anyway. Right, so, right, within the quote-unquote lore, exactly, is like, there's the one mystery of why does the eye appear and then disappear? And this provides a reasonable answer to that. I don't really think it was a mystery that super strongly needed solving. Like, it's not one that I felt super duper attached to as a mystery. But it was well enough done, so narratively it makes sense. But that meant everything had to tie into one ship and one mystery. Which is... like... given how much the moment-to-moment exploration and flying around and running into something neat is part of the game experience... oh wait, I need to check. You wanted me to check my map. Yes, quite. I have a problem. One foresees an issue. Ah, why did I get exactly turned around? Please don't. Exactly. Exactly. There's very little spinning around doing other stuff available. Right? It's kind of just itself. You get the one experience, the one planet, or the one ship, and that's it. And, like, that's super neat. But I also think overall, its sense of, I guess, adventure is a little bit lower. Like, they lean into a very different vibe, where instead of space is this glorious, wonderful thing, and yeah, you die horribly, but ultimately the point is to go on crazy adventures and go find cool stuff. It leaned into much more explicitly horror. And one very strong gimmick, right? And one very well assembled gimmick, but ultimately one gimmick. And that largely worked for me, but it doesn't quite have the same magic as this does, where it's so open-ended and there's so much you can do that you really feel very like whatever you chose to do becomes the emotional connection at the heart of the story. Right? This felt far more like there is a puzzle here, figure it out, and there's limited ways to get through that puzzle. You're very gated, where instead of this, where it's just wide open, and the wandering around is as much a part of the point as anything else. Anyway, Spider-Man pointing got meme. It is the confluence of the two, right? I think the overall story, I found it, well, I didn't think it was necessary. I found it neat. Right? I wasn't really left with the, well, why did the eye send out a signal in the first place as a question? It just wasn't that important to me as a question, because it did. And everything else that came after flows logically from that. I do think the story that they wound up telling of this species that also was attracted by the eye signal, but unlike the Nomai get completely discouraged. I want to finish yapping first. We got time. We got like 7 minutes in order to go Spider-Man point.me. I just want to have a chance to yap. So, the other half of the point, I guess, is, right, so much of the emotional heart of this game to me is the idea, alright, maybe pause, fine, I'll pause, then we don't get tunes, though. Fine. Anywho, the, thing that works for me in the base game so well is that the slowly building sense of empathy that comes from understanding the Nomai that you find as individuals from fragmentary snippets of their writings, like, is very, very much at the heart of historical practice for me. Like, that is the point. And while you get some of that through the idea of images, photograph, slideshows, video, the fact that for the most part there is one Alk that is given personality, and the rest of them are a collective, and a very angry collective, and a very vindictive collective. That's an understandable community response to unbelievable trauma and the desecration of their homeworld in pursuit of a dream that then betrayed them. But they become a very vengeful collective, and so it's only the one prisoner that is given any individuality. And that, to me, means that when I see their bodies, I'm like, ha, get wrecked. I'm going to have to run past you all later, but ha, get wrecked. because I had to run past them all later. Rather than the, oh no, that was a kid. Oh, that was a child. And they got evaporated by ghost matter. Oh, that sucks so much. It absolutely is a problem of communication. Right, Super Me Honest? I completely agree. But that was a problem of not getting a chance to actually have a dialogue with them. But that was an intentional choice on the parts of the devs. That's a choice that in some ways really, really worked. But that's one way where I found that it didn't work. Right? But on the flip side, the fact that we couldn't communicate with them, we couldn't translate the writings, is forces us to pay much more attention to the physical landscape than the base game generally required you to, and that is neat and good, and I like that. So, yeah. Right? I think the devs did a good job on making them not just ooh evil horror jump scare villains, but like there was still, they also were kind of evil horror jump scare villains a little bit. There were musical instruments. There were musical instruments, and there were photographs with youth, right? With clearly not fully grown ones. And so there were evidences of this, but they weren't given names. They weren't given names, and so yeah. And or I should say, they weren't given names, and they also weren't contextualized in the performance of different things. Right? All of the bodies that we found that weren't the prisoner were dead in a single location, all doing the same thing. Oh yes, all the bodies we found were dead. And Peter, really make us forced to sit here and yap with the design diatribe. It's been a hot second since we've had one of these. So, this is a once per stream channel point redemption, where we actually really just pause and we dig into game design. And we're gonna think about the game design and an issue as it relates to historical practice, and think about how could we do things differently. How do we end up at a problem? How do we do things differently? And yeah, even more Yap content. So, let me do that. Also turn that to that, and let me, equally important, put on the Outer Wild soundtrack on as a playlist for us to talk about. So, Outer Wilds, Echoes of the Eye. That's right, we got Google Doc content. There's a lot of folks who haven't seen the Google Doc content before. This is a typical thing. Anyway, so, what are the problems? 1. Individuality of Owlks that are not named the prisoner. 2. Mechanical issues. Ray flying / exploration. Not enough dogs to pet. You're so correct for this. Let's see. Yeah, I think those are the big two. I think those are really my two big problems. Are tunes not happening? Oh, on YouTube they don't happen. I'm so sorry. Probably, and anyone who's watching the YouTube side of things, because YouTube is so aggressive with copyright strikes, I disable Spotify tunes on the YouTube stream. So that way VOD watchers don't accidentally get got. it's a problem. I would hate to get the channel just nuked because I happened to put on a game soundtrack and the record label was like, there's one licensed song on that. Your money is ours. Twitch is a little bit less aggressive about that. Given names or unique voices, most of the owls are portrayed as a collective. More specifically, an antagonistic, kinda creepy collective. Presentation during the chases. I should talk while typing. Though, as you can see, that immediately borks my typing skills. Etc. are all derived from horror media. Now, obviously, monsters and horror are complex, but the default instinct is cessation, avoidance. Right. I think that's fair. Now, I don't do horror. I am not a big horror fan, and more importantly, I do not do academic studies of horror. The people who do have very strong feelings about this. Monstrosity in horror media is extremely well studied, and there's lots of very smart people that you can talk to about this. Monster studies is a cool field. Monster studies is a really cool field. I really enjoy it. But my point is, right, the default mode of response in horror, due to fright being an emotion, is avoidance, ostracization from community, or general dehumanization. The issue is that the game doesn't quite do enough to challenge this. It does a good amount. But that's all before. Right. And in fact, before the vision of the eye ending the universe that results in them going paranoiacal. Right? Because the overall story, right, I guess, summary of story, right? 1. Owls receive or detect signal from the eye of the universe. Owls completely demolish their home planet to build a space ark. Owls travel to our solar system. Owls get a more specific vision that shows the eye ending the universe. Owls get mad, take this badly, burn their shrines, and construct a device to block the eye's signals. Yes, size signals. 1, the prisoner temporarily disables this device. The prisoner is locked up. Well, hang on. The Owls, regretting everything, build a simulation of their home planet. They all decide to take a very neat nap. The prisoner temporarily disables the device. The prisoner is locked up. The owls go back to their naps. The signal, the one blip of signal is that the prisoner enabled is detected by the Nomai. They warp in, get dark brambled TM. TM? Dark brambled TM. Interloper kills everything. Pause. 300,000 years pass. In this time, all the owls' physical bodies die. Right? Exactly. I completely agree with that, this dude, actually. We'll put a little bottom note there, at the end. 3. Why didn't the Nomai, in all their extensive scanning and exploration, never even get accidentally run into the stranger? It would make way more, it would also ground a lot of this. Like, it would ground so much. Right? Or even if they found it in, and so there's like little scribblings, right? There's Nomai scribblings that can just be flavor text that say, I don't know what this language is. Oh, that's neat. Yeah. Yep, don't worry. More Nomai nerds. Oh, shit. No, you're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Alright, welcome back from ads. Welcome back from ads. Anyway, we're gonna put a pin in this. So, what I was just writing during the ad is, if there were some Nomai notes on the subject, especially if those Nomai notes were archaeological in nature, right? Speculating or anthropological in nature, speculating about the culture and materials and other stuff with the Alks. They don't even have to find any of the Alex and be like, where is everyone? It would give the players an entry point, right? It will give the players a really clear entry point to think about the Alks complexly, and to use writing as a very clear invitation to really think about the way these spaces are constructed. Uh, so there's our summary of the story. Right? So, I think this already sums up the problem here, right? The Alex are kind of generally portrayed as, there's one really specific issue. Right, the visual rhetoric of the Alks is in some ways very indigenous coded. Right, just the visual design of their decorations. And inevitably, right, you're more knowledgeable in the know things. There's just a little bit of worry when we're talking visual rhetoric that we could end up with appropriation of the Weo. Algonquin, Nishina. Undead is a bad. They're not fully undead. They're complicated. Finding good resources on them is really tough as an outsider to the community because they are highly, highly, highly taboo. But a lot of the modern appropriation of them does end up with a very similar design. Like, let me just find some examples here. Right, if you're just looking at, like, I don't know, how does Stephen King portray Wendigo? Right? It's not a perfect match, and it better not be a perfect match. But the idea of thing lurking in the woods with antlers is in the space. Why are you freaking out? Oh, that was not what that's supposed to do. Hang on just a smidge. There's a weird where it's kind of killing the edge of the thing for no reason. Thank you. Awesome. That's not at all what I was trying to do. But it's not letting me scroll either. So that's neat. Shouts to Google search. So that's always really uncomfortable. The game does a good job of avoiding the worst elements of it. I should stop using Google. You're so right. Yep. We're just gonna acknowledge that that's in the mix. We're not going to dwell on that, because I think they do avoid the worst things that come from appropriation of Wendigo. And quite clearly, the culture is actually meaningfully different. But when we're thinking about horror and animalistic horror and indigeneity, let's just acknowledge that there's a really problematic history of materials there. Yeah, put them in the Discord. Speak of which, if you're not in the Discord and are enjoying this, there's very cool people over there. Remind me of Beast Over the Garden Wall. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's so much on the individuality issues, right? The horror visuals and the horror mindset kind of accidentally override a lot of the good things they're doing in archaeological space design. I guess let me backtrack here. There is a lot they do well with space design, the silent films, etc. So, right, we learn about how these beings had culture. Even in the dream world sections, e.g. the one guy in the Endless Canyon who is watching movies until we cut the power. I did notice that, but like that's not actually meaningfully sound. It was just kind of right. That was not music that necessarily added a ton of emotional experience, and it remained ambiguous to me whether those were intended to be diegetic music, right? Music that is playing during the reels to the Hearthian, or whether that is atmospheric music that the game is layering over it for our benefit. Those are super different things. And I hate that it's always tough to pick which one it is. So right. But it's not enough to override the visual references of horror they're using. Ultimately, that's my problem. The thing that they are doing well doesn't quite override the horror imagery that they're leaning into. So, now for the mechanical issues. I'm not necessarily saying that. Right? We gotta lay out the problems before we can get to a solution. We gotta lay out all our problems first, and then we can start to lay out solutions. Don't scratch at my chair. I'm gonna kidnap you if you do that. Yeah, curl up there. Etc., etc. Right? Flying around is an absolute joy, and the diversity of environments contributes to that a lot. A lot of creative problem solving, e.g. crashing through the current at Mach 7. It's also the main thing that makes the question of right that is the game's antidote to nihilism. Right? The reason the end of the universe is not fully tragic is because of the adventure and emotional resonance of everything. That's the only thing that makes it, that prevents the nihilism. Echoes of the Eye is significantly more linear, and it traps... Okay, let me put that in scare quotes. Traps you onto a high gravity planet, high gravity, singular planet that you can navigate in basically one direction. You can change where you start on it. You can start on the dam, you can start just below the dam, or you can start in the narrow gorge. But either way, you're going in a set loop from location to location. Oh yeah, absolutely. The Nomai also do a great job improving this was worth it. Where you get to meet Solanum, and Solanum's the cutest. So, right, for me, where that sense of discovery and picking at a ton of different threads, right, the idea that we're picking at a ton of different threads, and starting with no, I mean, I guess we still start with no knowledge, but the idea that there's like 5 different well, not 5, 4 different interconnected mysteries, but you don't know how they're interconnected until you visited all the locations. Like, that really worked for me, and that sense of piecing it all together based on fragmentary writings. And you're like, oh, we saw writing from this person on this planet. None of that's possible within here. So, that causes some challenges. One. Oh yeah, and everything desiccates to near dangerous levels. Right, this isn't the only possible solution to this, but it's one that I quite like. Pros. You get a familiar face, or familiar writings, to ground your site analyses. It makes the stranger feel more directly connected to the rest of the events of the solar system. That's a valid pro, right? Okay, I did get jump scared thinking that was the game, not the Spotify playlist. I'm gonna be so for real. I'm gonna be so for real. I did think for a moment, oh no, did I screw up and unpause the game? This song trauma responses me. I have been there's some Pavlovian conditioning where I hear this song and I'm like, cons. Exactly! Every time you hear it, you panic very slightly. Shoutouts to walking up to the prisoner and then getting hit with the song and be like, well, there's no point now. Let's see, what other possible solutions are there? Two, let there be corpses who were doing other things? That the stranger was not spared when the interloper came through. Not a bad thought. Other stuff besides being part of the guards. Short, a larger factional split between we screwed up simulation time and we screwed up, but we have to make the most of it. Exactly. We'll point 3. Post game, what if the prisoner gave us a Rosetta Stone / magic? Pros. All that writing previously could now be used to refresh the player's understanding of everything. Of Alk's culture. Cons, basically magic. Also, kinda thematically incoherent with the base game's use idea that connection can meaningfully transcend time and culture. There's also not a whole... Yeah, right, there's not a ton of writing in the game, but that doesn't mean that there can't be stuff in there, like... Sure, right? Notably, all of these... Con 2. Kinda inconsistent with their technology, which enables mind-to-mind screen share. Why focus on useful writing when you can just beam it up? Right, that encourages minimum... The screen share just has... how to say it? The screen share basically justifies why all the writing is basically just signage. And so if they can do that, there's a cultural reason why they don't have lots of writing, and therefore it's kind of pointless to say, oh, but then they wrote down a bunch of stuff. Of the lot, I like this one the most. Because then, you could have... Hear me out. What if it's the inverse? Right? What if instead of a nomai, inside the stranger, the anti-simulationist Aulks collected some random Nomai detritus. Right? Something just came by too fast. We saw the Aulks had ships in the landing bay. So if they zipped out and grabbed something, but the right timeline issue asterisk. Right? The timeline issue emerges because the Aulks universally chose to go into the simulation. Right? So then when they have the one little breach, they exit the simulation, lock up the prisoner, go back into the simulation. If there is a faction of them that did not do that, that means that they coexist with the Nomai. And you then also get wiped out by the Interloper. And they just get ghost mattered. Like, GG, go next, you got ghost mattered. And so they are doing observation, and you can imply ideas that there is debates about whether they should make themselves known to the Nomai, or whether that's weird. What if that's weird? I think, very canonically, like, that's gotta be the prisoners. We don't know how long, sure. The answer is you can make it as little time as you want it to be. Right? The only actual timeline issue that prevents the Aulks and the Nomai from coexisting is the game's designers precluding that. There's nothing fundamental in the timeline as established here that precludes that they can coexist. Doesn't matter, right? Again, right, I agree, it introduces some narrative challenges. But, like, we were able to break their ankles. Right? We already established that it's not actually that hard to break their ankles. So, what if the prisoner just broke their ankles? Voila, right? It's not one that doesn't come with narrative challenges. But I think of the lot, right? Of the lot of them, this is the one that does the most for me. Because it's already an established mode of storytelling. Right? It is a very established mode of storytelling within the game. Because Nomai corpses being around doing variety of stuff is very, very clear and very, very present as part of the game's, like, narrative design. So Aulk's corpses being around doing other stuff is just more of the same. It's a mode of storytelling the player is already conditioned to be able to read into. And it gives us a sense that says, oh, they're doing something besides being on guard for eternity. Because in the dream sections, right? Con removes where are the bodies at the start of the game? The solution, put them in ruined lab or damaged lab lab slash what was the other like secret location? I don't like the putting them in the burning rooms. But some of the ones that are kind of on the edge of the ring. The damage lab. Eye blocker, monitor room, etc. Right? Put them in a variety of these other locations. That are out of the way, so they're not in the main settlements. And the reason you could justify that is, oh, they saw the interloper coming in, and they've convened some meeting. Like, they are monitoring that. They are actively doing something with that. And then interloper goes kaboom. And then interloper goes kaboom, and kills everyone. And it can still all just be the interloper's fault. Right? Peter, I don't think that's true, though. Like, I just fundamentally disagree with you on that. Even if it's a small number of them. Like, we're talking out of a population of what? What was it? 30-ish? 25, 30 elks total? We're talking, like, 5 or 6 of them. That just are like, okay, you guys go into the simulation. We're gonna try and muddle through here. Because we agree we screwed up. But this, we just don't agree that this does anything. We agree that this sucks, and we'll keep an eye on the situation. Right? We'll make sure the eye can't get anyone else. Right? Could the exterior bodies have decayed because of the biosphere? Absolutely, they could have decayed. You could just be like, oh, sure, they've decayed. I don't think that solves your problem. Right? The different. Oh, we're about to get ads. Just heads up. We'll pause the conversation once they start Twitch side. YouTube side that doesn't give me nearly as much warning. We can put them in a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel time. When in doubt, secret tunnel. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. But still, the right. Ultimately, well, we've got like 30 more seconds of ads Twitch side, so we'll just keep vibing. I'll re-drink. I have a Moomin Troll mug, and it's the best. It's a perfect size for like drinking the tea while streaming without the tea getting too cold, and then you have a crap ton of cold tea. So, to pick up where we left off, they absolutely could decay from the biosphere. Ultimately, narratively, on the tail end, it is completely indistinguishable. Right? Oh, if they decayed from the biosphere, well, the player then still can't find them. Right? We don't have the archaeological or analytical tools in the mechanical toolbox to be able to detect signs of decayed bone. There are ways to do that, but they require sophisticated chemical analysis. And so, without rapidly improving the amount of analytical tools the player gets to have, which would be completely non-functional. It's very hard for the end result to be meaningfully narratively different if, oh, they were out and about and their bodies are just gone, versus they all went into the simulation. Because again, we're trying to solve a pretty specific problem here that I have with it, which is the idea that we're not. The ALCs are too collectivized. And too collectivized in a way that leans on horror tropes and discourages the player from thinking about them super complexly or like, aw, I feel really sad that they're gone. Because I don't feel really sad that the ALCs are gone. Because the ALCs suffered a tragedy and then proceeded to be giga paranoid about it for 300,000 years. And so it is tragic. But I don't have nearly the same emotional resonance with them as I do with the Nomai. I think it would require more work than you think to make them a significant part of the story, because if they exist solely to tell the player not every owl went in and that's it, that feels shoehorned in. That's why that's like one of the two goals, right? The premise is the Alks did a thing, and then their two factions emerged. The goal of that narratively is to say, hey, the Alks are individual, right? Even though they're a culture very, very, very different from the Nomai. They would uh stone slash I should translation tool. That they had different responses to the tragedy. There was discussion. This is a culture of individuals rather than a largely collective horror culture. Uh, Option 4. Change how they spend time in the simulation so that they are less that. Right, so the simulations, let's talk about those. They do some of this. Fishing, fishing spots, a theater, one owl watching some flavor of movie, etc. The communal singing spot, etc. But you actually see is patrolling as a guard. Right? When you can look across you can look across in the Shrouded Woods over towards the singing house, and while you can hear them singing, you can see 3 of them that are just patrolling back and forth with no freaking reason to be doing that. There are 3 of them that are literally just out wandering the grounds in front of the space. They're not sitting there chatting to each other. They're not lounging, but they are patrolling. Like, there's two of them that are wandering about on the bridges in front of it. And they don't go inside, because we went in at multiple radically different times and they were still standing up there. Now you could. There is a chance. There is a chance that you can basically they have a preset route, and so they get into the house, and then the flood immediately comes through, and then they all die. But the sense I had gotten was that there are several that are going in multiple directions. So it wasn't that they were all just gathering for a concert. So I will stick with my experience as my experience. And I've left a note there. So they gesture towards this, but I found that they do not do enough. Oh. The part of this, as I'm talking, I'm realizing, is that it's so damn dark. Right? So the level design and the puzzle design fully just deconditions you from this. When everything's a jump scare, right? When it's like, oh, they are wandering around. If they see me, I'm gonna be in trouble. You're focused on being paranoid. Really, what's taking me out of the story is that the simulation isn't all that appealing. There doesn't seem to be a home there, just sets. I like the thought. There are things that look like houses. Right, there are several spots where there are houses you can go into in the Shrouded Woods, and some houses you can't access on the other side of the river. But I also do like that thought. Since you don't see them at home, and the houses are very basic. There's some in there. There's some in there. So yeah. So this is a spot where they clearly were trying to do this, right? They were clearly... This is the one the devs tried to do. That's my conclusion. And this is why I'm not as in favor of this one, Peter, is that this is the one the devs did, or tried to do. And I think it didn't work. I think it failed to have the intended effect. I think this is a big part of why. And the fact that you're not able to do examination of them, right? You can't spend time watching them, because if you do, they see you and they evict you. You do think this is supposed to be intentional? The ultra-tradition of the eye and an end leads to eternity of stagnation, surviving but not really living? I think that's thematically a very fair read. Right? I think that's a very fair read. I think it's a read that becomes more tragic the more you make it less of a species versus species response. Right? And you make it an individual versus individual response. And even if it doesn't have to be like a fully cultural disagreement, right? It's not like the Alks who, in this scenario, it's not like the Alks who are part of the the anti-simulationist faction are suddenly approaching this with curiosity. They are still dead set on the I will not do the thing it's supposed to do. Right? I think that can be a cultural static. That, except for the prisoner, they are universally on board with the this shall not change. The I shall not succeed at whatever the I is trying to do. We will simply monitor it and survive with our regret. And that can be a very small minority. But I'm talking like 3 to 5 people that would imply that there was some disagreement about this. Makes the culture feel more complex. Rather than there is a lone, brave, friendly outstander who thinks that there is bravely stands against the cultural waves and gets locked up for eternity because of it. Also, the only one who has a broken antler. The only physical individuality among the Alks that we actually see. Right, the photographs suggest there's other. But the ones that we actually get to see wandering around are all completely identical except for the one who has a broken horn. Because they're the dissenter. They're the outlier. They're the individualist. And so, right, that's the part that really doesn't sit with me. That's the part that kind of took me out of it. So, this solves that particular problem. I'm not like other Elks, right? YA Dystopia Rebel Girl? I'm not saying that this is one that doesn't have its own set of narrative drawbacks. Con 2, more narrative complexity that is difficult to communicate without words, requires potential rewrites of larger parts of the story. Right. Elks are clearly supposed to be foils of the Nomai. Both get trapped by the eye, or both get baited by the eye's signal. One responds with continued curiosity and fervor. The other responds with grief and rage. Rage and rejection. So yeah. Seeing what the objective view of the Traveler records? Yeah. Anyway, all of this is trying to solve one problem. Solving the other problem. I think the easiest way... What if there's just a second location? I don't love it. Or, I guess, more diverse... Right, I don't love it because it muddles a lot of the details. right? A lot of the narrative coherence of the story really goes out the window the moment you introduce the second location. But, or no, it's easier. A slightly lower gravity. $1.3x doesn't let you zoom. Like, just slightly lower. Because if the fun part is flying around and navigation that way, 1.3x is just, it's slightly overtuned. And so, even though you're able to do okay, it really locks you into navigating using the game's provided tools rather than using creative flying. You can't feldspar all that easily. Let me feldspar. Or give you the ability to fly the ship around in, right? Maybe there's like a section that has an anti-gravity stone. I got my cheese taken away. Right? In general, the restriction of number of tools in this DLC is quite severe. Give you tons of tools in the first place, you feel it. Right, the point is you just feel that loss of tool when the sections where you don't have your jetpack because you're in the simulation. When you're in the ring world, the absence of the ship so that you can't just go check the log if you positioned yourself smartly. You feel it. The fact that the gravity is too high that you can't really fling yourself around. You feel it. The fact that everything's spaced just far enough apart that you end up burning through a lot of... You either use the rafts, or if you try to dodge the rafts, you burn through a lot of fuel. You feel it. There's just enough spots where you really feel like, oh, the game wants you to use the rafts and then walk around. And then use the rafts and then walk around. And then use the raft, and that's your intended mode of engagement. But it's like you created this amazing flying system. This incredible flying system. And getting locked out of that, or being not able to really take advantage of that in this system, I think literally just dropping it to like 1.15. Just enough that you can, if you're clever, you can do some neat stuff. Is enough. Because, like, that good Hearthian instinct to just fling yourself face first into a problem just doesn't quite work. So yeah, obviously the bigger problem quite clearly is this one. Just, I don't end up with the same connection to the Alex that I did to the Nomai. This one just reduced my overall connection and enjoyment of the DLC. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Damaged lab, control room, etc. on a lower G layer. Yeah, like that a lot. Like that idea a lot. And then you can space those out, make them more accessible from the outside if you have good flying. So that way you can still get a couple spots where you just really can let loose and just go zip. And if you're smart about it, that gives you access points faster than taking the rafts around. Larger radius, same angular, right? If it's just like the two parts basically, you know, are out of sync in some way, and so it's a double ring that's completely invisible on first entrance, but you discover a point that sticks you through, and then you're like, oh, there's another ring here that's moving slower. That lets you go through, pop over, zip around, pop back in. The physics is already goofy. You can just make it happen. I like that one a lot more. I like that a lot. Right? Because then it rewards that adventure and that zippiness. Cool. Alright. That is, I think, all of that we have time for. Right? That we've been yapping on the design diatribe for almost an hour. So, but I think that, to me, right, gives some options. I don't think we have a, like, universal, we all agree this is the best one. I've bold-faced the ones that I think are the best options to solve both of those issues. But I think I still stand by the problems I've identified as just the narrative things that make Echoes of the Eye land a little bit less strongly than base Outer Wilds did. Because as much as I love Solanum, and as delightful, as cute as the prisoner is, I also loved all the other Nomai. And I don't love all the other Alex. I don't hate them like I hate Anglerfish. But I don't love them either. So, having done that, I hope you all enjoyed that. What do you say we break reality real quick? Hey, we remember what we were up to, right? Let's go talk to ourselves. And reconnect my controller, because I was yapping for so long that my controller turned off. Yippee! Spider-Man.meme! Are you me from the last loop? I think so. I started this current loop by popping out of a white hole. I started at the campfire like usual. What happens if you don't jump into the black hole? Again, at the end of this loop. If I don't, then where did you come from? I may feel as real as ever, so I don't think I'm thinking of your imagination. That's just what the figment of my imagination would say. Oh, you think sassy? You can't sass me. You are me. Just can't prove we're the same person, though. Anyways, but good talking to you, me. See you around. This is the greatest. Sure, two of us are great and all, but is it the greatest? What about the day you know? What about? I'm talking about the what? No, I'm talking about the other one. Oh, yeah, that makes way more sense. That was an incredible day. What other memories do you? We should all have all the same memories before the whole going into space and becoming aware of the alien time loop thing. I remember all the time loops, including the last loop where I jumped into the black hole. The same, except I woke up. Guess we'll find out. This got weird in a hurry. Yeah, duplicating living beings probably wasn't what the Nomai had in mind. Flipping two of us screws up anything up. Well, now that we're talking to each other and nothing's exploded yet. Gauss always says that means the date's going well. Yeah, but Slate's definition of a boring date makes sense Gauss and Slate never dated. Then the whole mishap with Gauss's eye? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Thoroughly uncharted territory. Truly, we are the Feldspar of weird time stuff. Oh, jeez, Feldspar would just use the time loop to try increasingly outlandish stunts. Might be a good thing they aren't aware of it. Ah! 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 You good? I'm good. Ah! Ah! Okay, I'm done screaming. Ah! I need to know what happened. Yeah. Well, what the heck happened? If you're me, that as confused as you are. I love us. We're delightful. Alright, I think that was most of the everything. I think that was most of the everything. This got weird in a hurry. Between two of us screws anything up. Yeah, it's a pretty novel experience. Maybe the universe doesn't mind us? Besides, the extra version of us is definitely better than if we created extra anglerfish! Gah! We're charming, and have fewer teeth. Oops. I did the wrong thing again. Yeah. Maybe the universe doesn't mind. That's setting the bar pretty low. That's not just setting the bar low, that's setting it at tripping height. Unlike all the other time. Are you being sassy? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't remember how long we've got. We can probably check that, huh? Whee! 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes. Spider-Man point. God, I love this game. I did. I did. Yep, I read all of these, and I read all of these. This was the one that's failure? Yeah. Whee. See? This is what I'm talking about. This is so freaking fun. Though the things appear, right? You just jump away from the rotation, and then you end up just kind of zooming. Like, this is so freaking cool. And potentially painful. You don't get this in Echoes of the Eye. It's just a relationship to zoom that Echoes of the Eye seems completely averse to. And that's set. So, if I don't jump into the black hole... So, what happens if I just end the Ash Twin project? So that no black hole forms in the first place? I assume that also goes badly. Whoa, shit. Yeah, that's fair. Well, this is unfortunate. Well, the good news is that I can't end up in, the... If I'm stuck here, then I'm not going to be able to end up in the black hole. The bad news is everything else about this. I am fully trapped. I am trapped in the spin. This is really a problem. I want to stay focused on the center in the hopes that this makes fewer people motion sick. Okay? I am so sorry. This is not a great feeling. If you need to look away, I completely understand. Because yeah, I am, very stuck. It's not awesome. Like, I just cannot, move faster. Even with boost, I simply cannot move faster. No, approximately 12 seconds of this. I will let you know when it's fine. If it was going to be 22 minutes of this, I would reset the loop. And... yeah. It's so freaking cool. So freaking cool. Anyway, reality's breaking. I would look back right now. You destroyed the fabric of space-time. Yippee! Everyone, all rise for our national anthem. Yes, I can't take it seriously. I absolutely cannot take it seriously. It kills me every time. That...
You're so obnoxious. It's great.
Good job, good job. Now, what do you say we end the game for real? What do you say we end the game for real this time? And with a tiny bit of luck... So, hopefully, I mean, actually, we've already rolled credits on Echoes of the Eye, and then we had another loop. Therefore, we know we're good. We know we're going to be fine. We know for absolutely certain that it is going to be okay. We are going to be able to go to the vessel. As long as the anglerfish don't eat me, we're going to be okay. Anyway, let's sleep for a full day. I'm lazy. You know? Look, Super Minox, if it fully locks you into that, where you have to constantly be ending the loop, otherwise you destroy, in the Ash Twin project, otherwise you destroy reality, like, that would be so goofy. That would be a really significant oversight. Like, holy crap, that would be bad. Yeah, I assumed that it kind of flags it that says, hey, don't, this one's not a real one. Don't count that. Well, we are still, despite having taken a nap, we are actually still way ahead of schedule. Though, apparently there's one tiny problem. Whoops! Squinch. See, this is what Echoes of the Eye does to someone. This is why Echoes of the Eye needs to have more spaceship flag. I forgot how to land. Actually, we can sleep for quite a bit longer. Right, even though we slept for 3 minutes, that was not even close to enough for us to be able to access the Ash Twin project. So, we're going to sleep for 5 minutes, and then we're going to do it. And we're going to hope that actually, we should be totally fine. And as long as... As long as an anglerfish doesn't get me, we should be totally fine. Autopilot? Autopilot, could you don't? Could you don't? Could you don't? Could you don't, autopilot? God damn it. Game doesn't want me to end. Could you... Autopilot! How many loops until success? Don't worry about it. The game, this is not even me doing this on purpose. Like, this would be a really funny bit, chat. Except that it's not a bit. This is just me honestly being like, I've decided to suddenly become completely incompetent at this video game. We have talked about, yeah, he did tell us it would do that. Hi Quantum Moon, hi Solanum, hope you're doing good. So let's just do this proper like. Let's do this proper like this time. Proper like. You know. Oh. Ah, we're not quite there yet. We talked this later, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, no. Like, we're not slopping it. Yeah, it just assume no collisions. Just assume no collisions. No problem. Easy peasy. That's not the right one, is it? There we go. Tuck ourselves in the corner. Yeah. Absolutely no problem. God, we have to see anglerfish again. I just remembered how much the hatchery sucks. Ugh. Heck. Warp core. Alright, well, first things first, we need to go, rumor mode. Where's the vessel? Dark Bramble, where are you? The vessel, mark location on... What? Oh, right. Right. I was like, wait, what do you mean it's already there? I just got the thing. No, don't, you can't do this to me. And I was like, wait, this is the different theme? This is a different theme. Please don't fly me into the sun. Please don't. Please don't fly me into the sun. Thank you. Trying to do... That's a good anglerfish! Wait, hold up, that's a great anglerfish. Phenomenal. Panic response, exactly! I hear da da da, and I immediately panic. Just instantly, I was like, ah! Where's it got me? But no, this is the other one. This is the other one. We're good. No big deal. Yep. I'm not ready. I mean, I'm very excited to see the end of the game. I'm mostly just not ready for this. Okay, we're going at the speed we're going. As long as we don't bonk, we're good. No, I like the other... Like, I respected Accio Ravenclaw. I like the other one more. And the other one has... looks like he's got more visible jaws of sadness and bad times. Turn on the signal scope, Kappa. Everything will go great. God, hate everything about this all the time. We're gonna get right on top of these damn things. And then we're gonna line up. And then we're gonna send it. We've got time. We made it. I knew we were close enough. I still had a heart attack. God, that noise from behind me, absolutely foul every time. Yup. No, we just feldspar it. You just have to know when to feldspar it. We broke their ankles. Exactly. We broke their oh. Man. Oops. Sorry. I am so sorry. Ow. Oh, I overshot. Heck. Right, because it's over this way. And I have amazing news. Which is that I still even have my notes from last weekend. Oh, right. When I wrote down how to do this. Alright, that's location set. Alternatively, I have a piece of paper. Found out about the stranger since the game never explains that the flickering lights happen when it deploys the solar sails, which are the green panels, to get out of range of the supernova. Gotcha. So when it detects a supernova is about to happen and they go, hey, what if we leave? That's what messes up everything. That's a good explanation. If I look outside, I should see the ALK probe. Somewhere? Is it that? No, no, it's that. There it is. There it is, that's the Quantum Moon. Hi, Quantum Moon. There's the ALK probe. Is that there in base game even if you haven't done the DLC, or is it just there after you've done the DLC? It's there if you've installed the DLC. Phenomenal. Anyway. Let's go. Whee! Have I mentioned that this place is also bad? Hey, y'all suck. Like, come on. I understand that y'all got burned real bad, but like, you didn't have to destroy literally everything on your planet in the search for it. You know? Y'all could have done literally anything else. It didn't have to be this way. Also, I can't believe that works. Like, legit, I cannot believe that that works. I know that, like, y'all are really technically impressive, but, like, holy crap. Like, you got super advanced cloaking and all sorts of other fun stuff, but, like, this is older, a signal older than the universe itself, and you successfully managed to block it with in-universe tech? Crazy. Anyway, this is probably fine. Probably. Don't get hit by lightning. It would just be really awkward, you know? It would be a really awkward way to go. Whee! They could have instantly contemplated the They could have done so many things. Yes, I did see the two kazoo, the kazoo endings. We just did one of them. I enjoyed getting to talk to ourselves. That was a good bit. Whee! And then we destroyed space-time. But you know, we got to talk to ourselves, and that's a fun memory we have now. Make sure to check out the new exhibit. You make a good point. Outer Worlds Ventures was found by Felspar, Gosen, Slate, and Hornfels to explore the solar system at the end of the universe. The Nomai never got to see it for themselves, but thanks to their efforts and technology, Arharthian was able to reach the eye of the universe. I want to read everything again because it's delightful. The radio tower on Timberhearth was built to receive transmissions from the Deep Space Satellite and housed some of the last ever photos taken of the entire solar system. One of these photos revealed the existence of an invisible ring world inhabited by a species whose presence predated even the Nomai. This species traveled from a nearby star system in search of the eye of the universe, but horrified by what they discovered, decided to block the eye's signal so that no one else would ever find it. One individual, however, rebelled against the decision and was able to briefly release the eye signal back into space before being caught and imprisoned in solitude for this betrayal. At the end of its lifespan, our sun collapsed under its own gravity, and then exploded in a violent supernova. Yep. Yeah, get fucked. Of all the life forms who will perish in the oncoming death of the universe, we will miss the anglerfish the least. The Nomai who came to our solar system were following a signal from the eye of the universe. They perished when the interloper arrived, bringing with it the deadly substance we call ghost matter, that flooded the entire solar system almost instantly and without warning. We just gotta check everything out again. Like, we gotta do the epilogue properly, you know? You know? Hey, I don't respect the anglerfish. A good god. And there's the whole galaxy. And there's the galaxy. Well. Sucks to be us. Oh, ow. That was a tree. I just bounced off a tree. Eye of the Universe, that was... How dare you troll me now at the end of everything? Like, we're at the end of literally everything, and you still decided to troll me by putting a tree in my path? Seriously? Well, yeah, you only have to get crunched by an anglerfish once to realize you never want to do that again. Anyway, these are not just stars, these are whole galaxies, aren't they? Eh. Eh. I need non-anglerfish. May life evolve in a direction that deprioritizes the giant space anglerfish. You know? Oh crap, we are 1.5 minutes from ads. The good news is we are more than 1.5 minutes away from finishing the game, so we'll just get the gang together and we will save time. Ah. Quantum space pillar. Quantum tree. Well, I may as well just pick a direction and start flying. Cause, yep. Huh. That's very funny. Well... There you go. Whee! Ah! It's us. Hello. Hi, Oscar. Do you hear music? Oh, I guess it's you first, period. Hi. We had some crazy adventures, dude. Like, you won't believe what we had. Like, even by our standards, this was a wild one. Oh, still not yet. There we go. Like, did you know that there was another whole species? Did you know there was an entire other species? Like, not just us and the Nomai. Like, there was another other species. Might not even exist here. Yeah. Well, this sounds new. Why are you just, like, in the ground? Well, I guess that's a reason why. Wee. No? Oh, rotate. Rotate. Hmm. Aww. Aww. Wait, that's cute. Okay, see, that's good. That's really good. Hey, remember we got to talk to us? Check the picture. Oh, well. Okay, don't be weird about it. Like, you didn't have to jump scare me. You didn't need to be like this. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's fascinating. It is simultaneously... Hang on, that's a fascinating instrument. So it simultaneously has like one string, probably a drone akin to a Hardanger or a hurdy-gurdy. Design-wise, overall size looks more like a Chinese erhu, which is a two-string bowed instrument. Same with the frets, that actually suggests something more like that. But it's got a music box disc system. It's got a music box disc system for how it actually plays, but then the actual sound is theremin, which makes total sense. Like, absolutely checks. Okay, don't... Again! You need... Bro. I mean, you're chillin'. You're chillin', my friend. When my kind found the eye and realized what it was capable, they were terrified. It was too difficult to truth. Like a light too bright to look upon directly, it burned them. What they could not unlearn was hidden away in darkness, obfuscated then lost. They did not want to see their story end. My kind weren't always like this. We weren't always so afraid. I did what I could to set things right, yet I am still of my kind, and you know now what they did. I cannot promise our fear won't stain your mind. And so a choice. Are you certain? You want to remember me? I don't want to repeat my kind's mistakes, but if you're willing to take the risk, then so am I. Like, you don't gotta lurk out here oh, it does have a bow! I mean, he's not playing it with the bow, but it has a bow. The bow's made out of antler, which is very neat. Like, that's fun material culture. The fact that the shed antlers can be used to make bows for your instruments? Phenomenal. What, I can't talk to you more? Oh. Apparently I can talk to you more. Join the circle. The fire. What a warm and beautiful light it makes. Go. Find the others. What comes next cannot be done alone. Solana! Wait, do you think y'all could, like, do the thing? You know? I think y'all could, like, do the thing? I'm not able to jump that high. You jerk. Thank you. Took you long enough. Honestly. Whee! Whee! You know, it would also be just really nice to give the prisoner an actual name. Here at this moment, at the very end of everything, I think it would just be really neat to give the prisoner a name. Hypothesis, everyone must be here before we begin. Once they arrive, I believe we'll be ready for the next step. I'm glad you remembered me. Bob? I'm gonna be this way. Okay? Jellyfish! The Quiet Shade. Crossed old bark. In the ancient glade. And then just straight up. It's always dark. Whee. Whee. I wonder what happens if you just don't turn off the light. You know? If while the anglerfish is coming at you, you just don't despawn it. Wonder what happens. Okay, well that's everyone. Hi friends. Hi everyone. How we all doing? Can I start? Not yet. Okay, I'll get to play soon though, right? I didn't dare to help let anyone hear the signal for how briefly I started Freya. But here we are. Are you ready for the final step? Not yet. I've awaited this moment for a long time. So long. There's no trouble to wait a little longer. Shall I begin? Okay, I'll wait till you're ready. Shall I begin? Take your time! I don't think there's anything left to go supernova. Malicious observer has entered the eye. I wonder what happens now. Is it time to find out? Nah. When you say time, buddy? Ready to start the music? Nah. Bellsbar, why do you say that? Should I get the old harmonica? Do it. And it's time. Time to send our spark out into the darkness. The theremin goes crazy in this arrangement. Right, the theremin counter melody goes so crazy. I believe we reached the end of our journey. All that remains is to collapse the innumerable possibilities before us. Are you ready to learn what comes next? I admire your curiosity, friend. Let's find out together. I'll tell you what, this has been really fun. I gotta help make something pretty cool, so I've got no complaints. I mean, not me exactly, but close enough. It's kind of thing that makes you glad you stopped and smelled the pine trees along the way, you know? You got a little close, don't you think? Well, it worked out alright in the end, I suppose. I hope there are best beasties in the next one. Wow, how long has it been since I got to make music with everyone around the campfire? I'm really happy we're all here. Oh, beautiful. It's different than I envisioned. Whatever happens next, I do not think it is to be feared. I learned a lot by the end of everything. The past is past now, but that's okay. It's never really gone completely. The future is always built on the past, even if we won't get to see it. Still, it's, time for something new now. Even if it's over now, I had a good time learning. But I think the rules are about to change. Goodbye. Oh. Nope, it's just so darn sincere. Dang it! Whee! And then we explode everything. Oh. I mean, how can you not end up tearing up a little bit at the game that's just so darn sincere? I just care so much about what this story can do. They said you don't like Echoes of the Eye as much as the base game. Do you think it takes away from the game as a whole? No. No. Right. Because on the one hand, it is so self-contained and so ancillary to everything that makes the story work that it kind of doesn't affect the base game's workings. So everything that ultimately makes the base game work still makes the base game work after Echoes of the Eye. Because, like, the thing that matters is just that moment at the very end. And then, I mean, the path you took to get there, the wandering around, frustrations, right? Frustration and low points are also still part of the adventure, right? And the ultimate argument for why all of this is meaningful is that idea that all of it matters, right? The act of experiencing, of consciously being present in the flow of every moment of existence, like, has plenty of space to have low points in the adventure. Frustration is a valid emotion for this narrative, because it is being present that matters, not having the most fun possible. So as long as what you did is something that you found meaningful, it holds together. And do you consider this a happy ending? I think, again, I don't think happy, sad, good, bad is, like, even the right axis. I think this is a very meaningful and sincere ending. Right? And that to me is way more important than, oh, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Should we feel happy? Should we feel sad? It doesn't... all answers are valid. Right? What matters is that the meaning, right? That you were present in the story and it did something. Right? The observation had meaning. And so whatever thing you walk away with is the possibility space of all of the feelings and all of the meanings that could be taken out of the narrative. Boom. Collapses in that act of playing. And as long as it's within the possibility space, which is nearly infinite, it is a valid response and meaning to be pulled from the game. And so yeah, I think it's hard to feel like unabashedly, oh, I'm so happy about this, you know? I think sadness should be part of it. Because that moment will never be again. I mean, yeah, I can replay the game, but everyone who's played the game absolutely knows that this is not the same, right? The second playthrough of this game is not the same as the first playthrough of this game. This is not a story that you can just recreate. Boom. Right, you experience it, you have experienced it, the end. And then you go watch other people experience it, and then you don't spoil stuff and you just get a smile. Again, though, I really wish we didn't have to take Brittle Hollow as our, opinion of what planets should look like. Not my favorite. You didn't need to do that. So anyway. Look, people. Eee! Yeah! Second playthrough is basically achievement. Exactly. Well, then you're just trying to break the simulation and just feldspar it, you know? The second playthrough is time to maximum feldspar. More people, yay! Super worth. Super duper worth. Oh. But is it even an end? It's the end of the game, sure, but it's narratively a new beginning? Yeah, but like... it is the end of our experience with the game, right? Whatever comes next is beyond our capacity as players and as a character to observe. And so, that moment with these people, right then, poof. By the way, this dude, to your question, right, is the kazoo inherently silly? Yes. Asterisk. Like, it is possible to make a kazoo sound good, but the kazoo is an instrument that is extremely difficult to sound good, and that we have very strong cultural conditioning to think a kazoo played badly is funny. Because it is runs so contrary to the tonality and the timbre, right? The sound quality of pretty much every other instrument. It is incredibly distinctive, and so when you're playing a tune that you've experienced before in other timbres, on kazoo, that dissonance definitely is funny. Those do look more like a hollow. Yeah, you're right. It does look like the went the complete opposite way, so that it's the interior of the planet that's habitable rather than the exterior. But still, we could have just had normal-ass planets that don't explode to millions of pieces. Right? We could have had planets that don't shatter into tiny pieces. And we did anyway! So, I think that wraps up our time with Outer Wilds. Oh, what a game. What a game. I am so glad that we got to share this together. Maybe it was a don't think of Pink Elephant. You're so right. Have I played Stray Gods? Fun fact, it is currently the most popular thing on the channel. Because it I played it with my friends Red and Blue from Overly Sarcastic Productions. And yeah, it turns out that's a great way to get lots of people to show up. Actually, Austin Wintry showed up during the first part of that stream, the first stream we did of that. So, you know, that was a frickin' treat. That was not easily a top stream moment of all time. Was Austin Wintry being like, y'all collectively were like our platonic ideal of what players of this game was going to look like. Yes, yes, I believe a bunch of people showed up. There was a lot of people who showed up for that game. There were a couple of devs who showed up. There's just a lot of stuff. You know, it was delightful. So yeah, that's over on the YouTube. You can watch that if you like. So announcements. Our next game on the channel is going to, well, our next long playthrough on the channel, I should say, is going to be Ghost of Yotei. That either Friday or Saturday of next week. It'll depend exactly when I finish it. But either Friday or Saturday of next week, we are going to have the next lecture. For those who don't know, those who are new, I have been working through doing Japanese history because I've been curious about it for a long time, but kind of don't know anything. So I've been working chronologically through it for the last 2-ish years. And so our next one, which is covering medieval Japan, Kamakura and Muromachi and Sengoku, is going to be next weekend, either Friday or Saturday. It'll depend exactly on when I finish it. But before then, on Friday, if it's on Friday, we'll do that, and then we will have a one-off stream of the let me get the name of the one. I just downloaded it. Where is it? It's like the most recent thing I purchased. Come on. I talked about it yesterday. The Incident at Galley House. There it is. Which is another one of these puzzle things. So, right, it's another history puzzle, so if you play like Obra or The Root Trees Are Dead, it's in that vein of stuff. It's going to be a really good, or Red Pearls of Borneo, one of these time travel-y mystery murder shenanigan stuff things. Whoops! So, you'll pick up the VOD? Absolutely. Please do prioritize IRL. Like, that's a big deal. The Type Help remake, exactly! The Type Help remake. But it has graphics this time. So we'll do that on Friday. If I have the lecture done, we will do the lecture first, and then we will do that. If we don't, we'll do the lecture on we'll do that on Friday, and then I'll do the lecture on Saturday, followed by the start of Ghost of Yotei. So, I'm really excited to join that. Supermanox, thank you so much. Please do get some rest. And yeah, hope you look forward to an extra bonus stream and more history content. It's going to be a real treat. I'm super excited. And yeah, I hope you will all join me for all of that. So, that does it for us here. until I see you again, please do stay well. You are all lovely. You were all great. And I appreciate every one of you. So, that does it for me here. We'll roll the credits. We'll get on out of here. I don't believe I don't believe the squad is live. Yeah. Yep, we'll just let everyone get going. It's been lovely to have you all here. Thank you. I will see you all again soon. Bye-bye. Oh, interesting. Apparently everything broke on the end credits. That's fun and exciting. Thanks to our patrons who make all of this possible. I don't know where the overlay went. Thank you, Java Clover, for the follow, or for the raid as well. That's a mystery to everyone. That just broke for no reason. Anyway, on that terrible disappointment, I hope you all have a good night.